Are we Gucci? Or no, the camera's not Gucci. How did that happen? I need to figure out how this thing always ends up moving like that. Okay, should be fine. Is this working? How did that happen? I need to figure out how. Okay. There's something wrong with this desk, like, or not wrong with the desk, but that cable must be caught somewhere. Whenever I raise the desk, it's like fucking with the camera. Driving my OCD crazy if it's not in the same spot. But anyway, just get a link instead of sitting here yapping to ourselves, y'all. I am tired. What a day. I don't know how long this stream's gonna be, to be honest. I'm fucking tired. Tremendous energy expenditure today. Cool. Cool. Update our levels real quick here. And we'll yap a bit, yeah. It's been a while because we didn't stream last night, so we missed like all last night, all today. Also, we didn't do a juice box last time, I forgot. I'm in such a rush to get out of here. Got through the damn juice box. Also, the ETH trade, right? The fucking ETH trade. The ETH trade. Do we fill the gap? Almost. Bum bum bum. Where's this thing? It's going, right? This thing is fucking going right now. Juice, right? Juice. Although I will say, Sol and Sui have been, at least were looking much stronger earlier into the day. Probably like some of this data a bit more in depth though, because like the plan originally was the box, right? This is like the box TP in, but I have to see how things are looking before we decide to stick to that plan. Because I also don't want to just need to see round trip that rate. Anyways, let's get everything else set up. Was I muted that whole time? No way, right? Alright, this thing is fucking going right now.
It never lies, price moves slow. but it still complies. Yellow dash, they call it fate. It bounces clean, no time to wait. The line, it moves like heat. It comes close and falls so sweet. They say it's luck, I say design. You feel lost, I ride the
One level, over and over, pixel perfect, again. The math is the math. Marcos.
Anyways.
They don't believe it. Then it taps.
Perfect. Marcos.
Said it's fake. Till the price came kissing the dash. Pixel hit, no wick, just flash. Didn't react, just let it pass. Imaginary lines, but they always bounce like math. Called it voodoo, now they gas. I stay silent, still outclassed.
Marcos. Chart was dark, mine still glowed. Dashed in yellow, script I wrote. Didn't draw that for the show. Price just came and hit it cold. I don't flinch, I don't speak. Wick came back, tapped it weak. Feel so clean, they call it cheap. Truth too sharp, they missed the peak. Overnight hit while I slept. Alarm said filled, no second guess. They call dream, I call map. I place edge, they play stress.
Should we do it for yellow box?
Till the price came kissing the dash.
Is it time to delete the green and yellow box?
Pixel hit, no wick, just flash. Didn't react, just let it pass. Imaginary lines, but they always bounce like math.
Or should I update this?
Called it voodoo, now they gas. I stay silent, still outclassed.
Marcos. Line been there since last week close. Still untouched like frozen prose. They said random, I said coded. Now it tapped, stop exploded. No emotion, just routine. I sip slow, charts stay clean. They want chaos, I want frame. They want green, I want game. Visual sharp, that yellow scar. Play so far yet not bizarre. Seen too much to doubt that sign. They get wrecked, I realign. You draw lines for likes, I draw them to win. You pray, price obeys you, I know where it's been. Marcos.
Said it's fake. Till price came kissing the dash. Pixel hit, no wick, just flash. Didn't react, just let it pass. Imaginary lines, but they always bounce like math. Called it voodoo, now they gas. I stay silent, still outclassed.
Marcos. Imaginary them. Precise to me. The math is the math. Marcos. They said it was fate, but it came back again. Marcos.
The lane, it never lays. Price moves slow, but it still complies. Yellow dash, they call it fate. But it bounces clean, no time to wait. The line, it moves like heat. Wick comes close and falls so sweet. They say it's luck, I say design. It's the line, you feel lost, I ride the line. I set that level and I don't touch twice. Price came back like a stolen night. And draw for flash, I drew for form. You trade the storm, I wait the norm. They chase dreams, I draw control. You feel panic, I feel the flow. She came through slow, then hit that fill. Soft like silk and sharp like skill. No need to guess, no
Also, fuck this, right? Okay. Got that West Coast shit on right now. Shout out to Stockton.
I hope you know it. If you don't, I'm finna tell you. Everybody ain't gang, half of them niggas is failure. When you see a sucker plucky, why the fuck you tryna spare him? They gon' do it front to boy, my youngest, they ain't caring. I hope you keep it on you, cause we do, that's for sure. That bitch can't be in my presence without handing me no dough. Diamonds dancing, cut off the lights and they still aglow. I'm in every section, clutching this weapon, I'm tryna scope. Cuddy 15, that don't mean nothing, he's still a blow. Roger that, bro said he caught a sucker like 10 or 4. You ain't no killer, when you hit him, that nigga ain't hit the flow. Stand over his ass, knock and fill him up with more. These bitches be greasy, I can't never trust a hoe. Shit be getting iffy, I could barely trust my bro. When you aim it, try to hit him in his head or tap his throat. You can say what you want, you know niggas had you getting low.
Gotta vibe out to this shit for a bit, right? Had some drinks at dinner. I haven't drank in a while. But what?
Okay, we heavy over here, it's nothing light. Bro called me and just said he had caught at the light. These niggas ain't no steppers nor no demons, get it right. I drop a deuce of Quake and touch the next mixed in my Sprite. My mama and my granny tell me you ain't living right. But shit, mama, I'm just thugging. Young, hard-headed nigga, your son came from nothing. If the suckers catch me, I promise you I'ma bust it. I don't wanna talk on the beat, no discussion. Suckers popping all that in them songs, we know it's rubbish. Better pop that, nigga, we don't do no clutching. Boosie bitch, say she getting money, but just fuck it. Switch on every Glock, nigga, every pole got a button. You ain't faster than this fully, I just gotta touch it. Just gotta touch it. You ain't faster than this, I just gotta.
Also, I saw someone, what did they say? Like, we have to backtest this stat. Yeah, okay, I left it written down. Yeah, I even left it written down. Because they were saying that the quad witchings are, like, very highly correlated to, like, pivotal turning points in the market. So we're about to find that out right fucking now, right? Right now. That'd be pretty interesting if it's correct. How far should we go back? Like 4 or 5 years? Fuck it. For quad witchings in the past 5 years. Their auctions expire at a particular time. Like the Deribit ones are like what, 4 AM, 3 AM, like 8 UTC. But that's not until next week. Like that's the last Friday of every month. Well, like, okay, the weekly ones are every Friday, obviously. And then the monthly ones are the last Friday of every month, and so are the quarterly ones. But, like, the traditional markets are the third Friday of the month. Okay, we have the dates. Let's lower this gang shit. Oh, so yeah, what's I gonna say? I'm pretty sure most of them expire like when like market closes. We'll put it on the weekly. I guess we'll do it on the daily. Something tells me this is gonna be fake news, but we're gonna find out. Oh, we are. I'm so stupid. I'm actually brain dead. We're gonna blame it on the wine. June 20th, then March 21st. And December 20th. September 20th. Okay, I was just looking so far. December 17th. September. I guess somewhat, right? Somewhat. Some of these are pretty spot on. I guess we can add it on, right? How do you do that again? Oh, couldn't find the damn plus button. Hmm. Isn't there a way to like split this? Anyways. Yeah, kinda. Kinda. I'd be more curious to see what the actual like Deribit quarterly expirations are when we get the dates for that. Can I get the same list but for Deribit's quarterly expirations? I should probably say for Bitcoin. Just stop that. Is there like a date setting for this? Oh, there's not. That make it so much easier. We'll leave that there. Do it over here. Let's go from the back to the front this time. Let's make it a lot easier to interpret this. June 25th, September 24, December 31st. March 25, June 24, September 30th, you know, ideally we're probably actually looking at like how much volume these things had to. Probably would have been smarter to do that as well. June 30th, September 29. Okay, that's it. Hmm. Not sure if it's as strong as like the SMP one, but seems like there is some significance. Cause like the other thing, it doesn't have to be like a pivot either. Like this like it doesn't have to be like just like this, right? It can be like a like once a rollover happens, it can be like the beginning of like a way stronger move, even though it's like already going up, like boom, boom, bing, kind of thing. And like, not that specific example, but like just the drawing I was doing. Interesting. Not sure if the data point they said is true though. I'm just going to go further back. Does not seem as strong as they're implying. Like so strong I had to literally write it down. Like delete it as a note to go back test after. I mean, there's no fucking way. It sounds ridiculous. So alarm was for ETH. Is ETH going? Okay. Okay. Let's look at some of this data. I haven't even checked everything out yet. Interesting. That's so aggressive. When was that? How long ago was this? Hmm. Bum, 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 bum. 2, 3. I mean, I guess not much has really changed, I suppose. Not much has really changed. What is that? Honestly, interesting. we might be squeezing up fucking tomorrow. God damn, the way this is looking. God damn. Yeah, if we can hold this level, looking like a squeeze is on our hands, right? A bunch of shorts got trapped here, a bunch open here, and they're like all break even right now. But like if we start to go, they're all under. A bunch open here that haven't closed, and here. Interesting. What's Spot doing? What are our Spot sperm whales doing right now? What's going on in the order book up here? So where would these people have their stops? Interesting. Interesting level, right? This is a interesting level, very interesting level. Also doing the retest of like this whole thing. Question is, do we hold it? Do we hold it or no? Or no? Or no? You know what's funny about this is that if I had just left the orders that I had open, I would have been filled in this short today just when not even paying attention. That's funny. I'd be juicing on this short if I just left that order open. Don't kill me. God damn. Was yesterday's VWAP. Shut to the mouth. No, on the flip side, though, the thing about the squeeze, a lot of longs are opening here, right? Like these green candles are basically where just people are just market smashing a shit ton of longs, basically. Like it's not these exact candles, but like they were generally in these areas. This is like obviously the spot contract. One 114. Interesting. This whole zone's looking pretty juicy right now. If I was getting into a short, I'd be looking at this and my mouth watering. Watering. Might just do that. How are all these looking? Looking a little sus. Looking a little sus. Right the point of control, right the golden pocket. Right at this imaginary trend line. How's this ETH stuff looking? ETH. Ethereums. Man, I don't know how I used to drink so much. That shit is absurd. I don't even feel good right now. Like a headache and whatnot. Dehydrated. I get some fruits to snack on. I need something healthy in my body. What? Okay. Okay. If we start to like come down here like before going to bed, like near going to bed, just gonna like open a hedge on this thing again. Because if I wake up and we're like down here, you know, just basically round trip the whole fucking thing. I'm not about that life. Interesting. So far so good though, right? So far looking pretty decent here. Came below, spent very little time. Now we're trying to flip the POCs. And the VWAP was up there somewhere, right? Oh, I'm stupid. Interesting. So we'll give that some more time. Boom, boom, boom. Interesting. This OBS thing is happening again. Why could that? Why is that? What? It's supposed to show in these, allegedly, it's supposed to show in the OBS logs when you get disconnected with some kind of error code which suggests what could be, but it doesn't even show in the logs anywhere. It doesn't show if it ever disconnects. We've been streaming for what? Almost a year without it happening. Now we started 2 days ago. What is going on? Yeah, I'm getting like PTSD trying to look at this. Because these things can be so fucking random. Like there be games where I'll be playing like a shooting game and my computer got like a micro stutter and like just piss me off, right? Piss me off. Usually it just happens in the middle of a round, you don't care. But then like once in a blue moon, it happens like when you're in like a gunfight and you die. And boy, I was seeing fucking red. That would happen. One time it was because the polling rate of the mouse. Shout out to the math. And these fruits are so nice. Oh my gosh. Well needed. Yeah. Hmm. We're gonna have to try a few things. Also gonna be annoying to fix this because like this happens. Like I can't control when this happens. It happens like once randomly, like every like 20 minutes or something. But apparently I have to be running like a packet test to see if. Is it the whole computer that's dropping the internet connection, or is it just the stream? And also change like the YouTube server, so it's like from non-automatic. I suspect because I don't know, like have I updated Windows or OBS? Maybe. Anyways, annoying, annoying. How long's the next 30-minute candle? 12 minutes, okay. Okay. Also, what's going on next week? this thing called? 30-minute candles with a print. Bum, 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 bum. Do a juice box soon. I'm getting tired. I'm sitting here nerding out. Oh wait, I'm tired. Long ass day and I had a fucking intense deadlifting session. Intense. I was wearing a sweater at the gym. By the time I was done deadlifting, it was literally fucking like a different color. Sweating like crazy in that bitch. Fuck. Someone just knock on my door? The fuck? If I don't come back, someone just shot me. Fucking scared the shit out of me. Okay. Let's do this thing before I get mega faded here. You know, honestly, kind of the same story we had the whole way up, right? Off the lows. Kind of just CBD hidden bull divs over and over and over. Sure, we've gotten some baby dips along the way, but if we are gonna reverse, probably gonna be here though, right? A lot of higher time frame confluence building up here, and like all that liquidity got grabbed. What's like the high time frame liquidity looking like? I think there's a lot to grab at like 120 still. It's a thing, and like the way that it's set up to like squeeze like this. We talked about this a while ago. Pretty realistic world where it happens, like the whole like bullish retest at 117 and go like this kind of a region. On the flip side, it's looking a little weak here. Looking a little weak. So bears are gonna fight back better be right now, right? They're trying to fight back. They're also about to get fucking ran through past this weekly level to the value area high. So I play these red boxes. I haven't done that in a while. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, the juice, the juice. Hmm. How are the lower time frames looking here? I mean, I would say like the bullish retest Valeria low, but you're not gonna have like a whole lot of like oscillators, like no oscillator edge, not a whole lot, none. I suppose like these will be diverging a bit, but this. There could probably be something down here, right? Kind of just clean the low, bounce the Valeria low in the region and go. This like we bounced like right at like the weekly, like last week's high, so like that level was like I think it got set here. That makes sense, right? Saturday. And then like failed, failed, fail. I finally flipped it. So there is like that context. And the whole like open interest stuff that we were talking about. Like if we, as long as we like don't lose this region, like a lot of people are still underwater on the short side. It's a pretty like important level to hold here. If you're bullish, right? Do we have any shooters in the order book backing us up here or what? Not really. I get most of the actions overhead. At least for now. How's all this stuff looking? Thing is, it's looking a little sus. This is looking a little sus. We talked about like the kind of wedge thing on the other chart earlier. But like, we had like a higher time frame like wedge, and like we have like a low time frame like 3 drives, right? It's like been confirmed at this point. Now we're like backtesting the level and potentially losing it. So yeah, I don't know if I'd be itching to get into this long too much personally. Or if anything, like wait for it to like, if we are gonna bounce here, wait for the bounce, and then like let the VWAP come, and then like get in on like the retest, something like that. Like wait for some like higher time frame confirmation, because there's a world where they start to like roll over, right? Especially when with like liquidity, we were talking down here. I think it was like this region, right? So we'll box. Have you seen AVAX lately been sending? Yeah, like a decent sized bag of AVAX. So yeah, earlier today when I saw that, I was like, damn, okay. Thing is, I wasn't like on my computer too much today, so is there any reason for that, or is it just because like, everything else was sending? A couple things were sending today, yesterday. Like didn't like Near send pretty hard too? And there's something else. There was like in the double digits. What was it? Maybe it was like one of those like stupid meme coins, like Moodang or something. Whatever, anyways. You know what else was sending today actually? The miners, all the miners were sending pretty hard. I think Strategy had like a pretty big day too. Yeah, that shit was up almost 20% today. God damn. Interesting. We're missing one of these. Which one are we missing? One of the HPC ones. Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't. I remember now. What was it? It was Intel. It wasn't in crypto. It was Intel today, right? Like the Nvidia deal. I think had a giga candle today. Filled the whole gap. Yeah, between this and like the Oracle day. These are pretty ridiculous pumps. These are like high fucking market cap. The shot like a Rigetti too, right? You know, I saw a guy making an argument for quantum computing stocks like outperforming everything for the next 10 years. Like a professional fund manager. Bitfarms also almost 100%. Do I have that on there? I might have removed it. No, I did. I still have it. Because at one point, like, what were they doing here? Like, I thought they were about to die. Like, they were, like, selling off part of the company or something. I don't remember what the news was. That's mega juice, though. I don't have any Bitfarms personally. My old boss is probably laughing right now because he had a bunch of this shit from a while ago. Where he bought it like way back. I mean, I haven't talked to the guy too much, but I'd imagine he probably like round tripped it, and now he's like fucking probably juicing again. I saw a case for MSTR to squeeze up soon too. I guess it depends how people are positioned. I don't. Not too certain on that. Can we find this? Oh yeah, I have to account for the dark pools too. .5% of the float is in shorts. Not that much. Hopefully, hopefully. Because the thing about this is, I mean, like I think last cycle like this topped first, right? So like if the same thing happens, then I mean, I guess it's not fair to say like that's a strong indicator that the end of the cycle is in, but. That'll definitely be interesting to monitor the performance of this, we'll say that. Plus, let's look at these other ones. I'm curious now. Like, what was this? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if this thing's strategy is exactly primed for a short squeeze. Doesn't seem like it. Like the short interest has been declining like the whole like last quarter, month over month. Like it's like Clean Spark and Bitfarm, they're up to like 20 or like 20 to 40% of the float was in shorts at some point. This thing is at 8.74%. We'll just have to wait and see. At the end of the day, like these are like ridiculous, right? Like it can undo like months of losses in like a week. Boom, boom, boom. What's going on in the Bitcoin world? Oh yeah, the juice box. Forgot about the fucking juice box. What were we talking about? Like the potential long, right? Or we'll kind of leave it there. With the context like a little bit suspicious, given how some of these things are looking. Like the reversal on the higher time frame might be printing like as we speak. Boom, boom, boom. And other than that, boom, 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 boom. I guess nothing worth noting is we have a bunch of unfinished highs. Is it the same on CME? Yeah. I guess we'll kind of add this to context in terms of like the thing that we were talking about earlier. Like if you want to wait for the confirmation of this. In terms of like getting the bounce and then like flipping the levels on the way back up and then getting in. Like be mindful of yesterday's like VWAP. On CME and like spot. Or derivatives, whichever you want to use. From above, it probably be just flipping this zone, right? Flipping the point of control. Question is like, how do you want to do this? Where do we put that charts? 1189. Eight, 9, and 9, 7. 9.5, 9.20. Hmm. Definitely gonna want me before getting up here, right? So like if we start doing like one of these like the value area high right now, we look to get in on that. We look to get in on this. Well, might be going from our yellow line right now. Ding. Well, a little late though. Right? Either you're getting filled on this, on the pullback, or not. I don't know if I'd be too interested in taking that anyways. We'll kind of just say like if the failed auction forms the value area high. Or like the bullish retest of it. Before the sweep. Not even a sweep. I mean, I guess, yeah, technically it is a cleaning this high. Boom, boom. So yeah, sure, we'll leave it. Fair enough. Fair game. To the downside, probably just cleaning this region, right? Something in here. Pour low to clean, mathing, right? Imaginary yellow line, make a point of control. On top of all this volume. Plus, where is this on there? I'd be a little careful though if you are gonna take that. Like it might be a world where you start to do like some shit like this. You get rejected from like the value area low. The 4-hour level. If you are gonna be fishing for that, like perhaps consider taking profit a bit more aggressively than usual. Whatever, at the end of the day, kind of just look at the data in the moment, see how things are looking in the moment. Rio was the big winner today. Huge gap up at the opening following private placement PR 9:30 p.m. in crypto treasury strategy. Yeah, it seems like it needs. As if news ever drops with some crypto strategy currently or treasury, Marcus smashed that bitch basically. Basically. So we'll kind of just say cleaning of poor low. Basically the whole box, right? Essentially the whole box. If we do come down here, also Worlders potentially gets front run, by the way. Like, not be surprised at all if we just like ding. Because like yeah, like these like little smaller divergences aren't going to be printing on the oscillators, but these ones like definitely are. The higher time frame hidden boltives and whatnot. So I'm sure people are going to be itching to get in and not want to get left behind. Especially given we have like unfinished highs with a bunch of liquidity above and like a potential like pretty big short squeeze set up. Because like even if we do come down here, these people are still underwater, right? And you see these people are just like just barely back up, above break even. So like if we start to come down here as like as these people are also in the trades and like a bunch of longs close out and then we get here and a bunch of shorts start opening, you already fucking know they're about to get ripped on. I'm about to get got. Just get some more gash in this ship and just blast off. Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. I'll look at this, I'll read this stuff in a second. Let me just finish doing this so I can get this out of the way and then we'll circle back to that. I think I should do it, right? And everything else has been discussed. The liquidity hasn't, I mean, we've been talking about this for a while, right? Like there has been liquidity down here and it's like just more and more building down here. So this area is starting to look a little juicy for the bears. So if we get any kind of like fuckery tomorrow in terms of like the options expiry on the traditional markets and start to nuke, this is definitely in the scope, definitely. The higher time frame plans have not changed. 116k long is the cleanest to me you've given. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how like the order flow is looking when we get here and the order book. Because if this is going to be like the higher time frame reversal starting to print here, then I would not be surprised at all if we like fucking nuke through this zone. So if we start to come down here and we start to see some fuckery in the order book and just a sea of red in the order flow, Delta's all flipping hella negative, I'd be a little alarmed, personally. The shorts, the shorts, the shorts. Honestly. This might be like a off limits till like 120 up here kind of thing. Like let all this crap get cleaned. Like let the squeeze finish, and then if it's like looking to see like there's like higher time frame bear divs and it's like hella overheat on the lower time frames up here, then like yeah, take it. Cause like yeah, sure, there's like a bunch of like levels of interest up here. I don't know if I'm trying to get in front of a train though, personally. Especially given the fact that like if we do get back up here, then like we're expecting to rotate to the other side at this point. Like this will like both the Valeria eyes. If we flip the Valeria low and the point of control, then like this is like the expected region to approach. Plus that's when we starting to flip the golden pocket too, right? So yeah. Alright, we'll leave all these zones circled, right? But be suspicious of the lower ones. Like, yeah, if there's a strong bearish edge here and in the traditional markets, then like, yeah, go for these, right? Take your shot. But if not, I'd be a little suspicious, especially because like all the barriers are gonna get invalidated, right? And at this point, we're almost approaching back to all-time highs. So you know, motherfuckers are starting to feel the FOMO. So if we start to squeeze, a bunch of noobs are FOMOing in at the top. Might get like a pretty strong last wind up before we get a decent pullback. So we'll kind of just say the circled zones above, but be cautious of the lower ones unless there is strong edge present in both BTC slash TradFi. Alternatively, don't have to try and get the goaded entry, right? Don't have to get the pixel perfect entry. Can't just wait for a top to print and get in later. So kind of we'll suppose that we do go up here and reverse one of these spots. You can like get in on, or get in on bearish retest after a strong high gets printed on bearish edge. So like if we get up here, let's just imagine to an imaginary scenario, right? We come up, squeeze up, a bunch of like the longs, or sorry, like the shorts close out, like longs start opening on like bear divs as a lower time frame, has like local bear divs. So like, sorry, are these even primed to have them? Yeah, technically. This already has it. Already has it too. So basically, like these like higher time frame bear divs plus like the bear divs that print here in the lower time frame, with like top longers opening, blah blah blah, right? Usual shit. Usual noob behavior appearing in the game. And if that's all happening and you miss the entry and we do start to like reverse, and like yeah, you can take the entry and like whatever bearish retest. Oh shit. And then immediate to the downside like this, right? Ding, ding, ding. Something like that. Yeah. Or you can wait for like the higher time frame one, like if we lose this zone. Ding, ding. Before we like sweep all this garbage. Probably gonna be the best of bets if you're not already in something. That should do it, right? Good enough. Good enough. Yeah. Okay, let's look at some of this stuff. I was in at 1536 and somehow sold at 1864. Let's look at this. Which was the low following the second halt up. $18.64. Pretty juice though, pretty juice. I mean, you definitely missed a lot of the move, but Seems like you sold early, right? Seems like you sold early. Like even like the lowest of low moving averages on the 1 minute didn't have a single close below it. I think you definitely could have juiced this one a little harder. You think SPY can hit 66666 tomorrow? What was the high today? 6664. Possibly. I mean, tomorrow's options expiry. I think I haven't really like looked at how like the data for this stuff's looking. Interesting time to have an options expiry though, right? At all-time high basically. It's not like we're in the middle of a range or something. The PR came out at 9:30 and it halted up by 9:30:17. You got 17 seconds to get in. I doubt I would have gotten filled if I was smacking the ask at 9:31. 222. That's one hell of a nuke. Like a 66% drop. So that's like that's like. Have we ever had a drop like that? From like aside from like the Great Depression or something? Sure. Black Swan. Fair enough. What is it? What would be like the longest way, the longest history, like S&P, I suppose, straight up? This doesn't go that far back. Just on log too. Two 2008. '57. 222 would be a depression. Yeah, that'd be a one hell of a, like a nuke. I feel like it would have to be like going down for whatever reason. Just like a typical like correction going on, and then like Black Swan to get the nuke like that. I don't think we can compare with previous since retail is about 10% now. What do you mean by that? Yeah, 10% is pretty low. Yeah, hard to say. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, sure, like we probably due for like a larger correction on the higher time frame on this stuff, sure, but I don't know about some giga nuke. The Fed has pretty much advertised that rates are heading back down to zero. Yeah, some people are under that belief. I don't know. But some people are definitely that's not the first time I've like, read it or the second, right? Like a lot of people have been pondering on that. Has never really been strong for stocks. They say it's bullish for stocks to drop rates. Hmm. Yeah, but like it ebbs and flows, right? Everything just ebbs and flows. So like, and let's say this is like the performance of the stock market. Like there's a period of like let's say the rate cut was like the rate cuts like are here. Like there's gonna be a period of time where like it just continues increasing, right? It's more money. It's more money. Sure, down the road, like the ebb, the balance of things starts to go the other way. The real thing is how they decide to like actually inject liquidity. Like the rates are just like one factor of it. That's like the real bullish thing, right? It's whatever liquidity injection method they use to go. Yeah, a lot of people definitely like are under the false impression as you're describing, where they just think like rate cuts immediately implies like bullishness. It's not necessarily true. Eventually, people realize that they're dropping rates because the ETH is nuking. Not nuking, but actually, we'll just do this now because I'm going to bed soon anyways. I'm gonna leave this thing edged. If we get back up here, we'll kind of come back and take a look. Okay. But I like all people are aware of what you're saying, right? It's not like like a lot of people are aware. Mm, like so, like especially if if the rate cut was like higher this meeting, probably would have freaked people out more. 'Cause it's not some like secret that they like sometimes cut rates aggressively when like shit's hitting the fan or about to hit the fan. It's always a reactionary with the Fed every time they're behind the curve before deep recession. They're playing catch up now. It's already too late, in my opinion. Hard to say. Hard to say. I think most informed people will say are expecting like some kind of larger pullback in 2026 for various reasons. But yeah, I mean the Fed, it's hard. Their job is hard, right? If you really sit down and think about it, they have like a pretty hard job. Because like, it's just as easy to fuck things up trying to anticipate stuff as it is by being reactionary. Just check that last 13 weeks S&P only run a red candle on the weekly. Did you look at the futures or something? I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, I mean, been a pretty strong move off the lows, basically, right? But from some of the people that I watch on YouTube, like Jason Shapiro and whatnot, whose like opinion I respect. I don't know if I always agree, but definitely respect it. Seems like there's like a lot of like bearish positioning still in the stock market, right? So right now, like Max Payne is just continuing higher. I like seeing stats where you can say during my lifetime, every time X, Y, Z has happened, is that a recession. It's a constant battle though, because longs have stats that are totally bullish. During my lifetime, every time this has happened, that market has juiced 20% a year. Yeah, I saw some pretty interesting data in terms of. It was on the Crown Cryptos channel. He was talking about, because like typically September is like a red month, right? But in the months, or then in the years where September has closed green, I forgot what the number was. It was pretty high. It was like 80+%. The end of the like the last quarter of the year is like incredibly strong. Pretty bullish. Pretty bullish data point. I think if you refer to the 18-year real estate cycle, line up pretty nicely with a macro correction across markets. Yeah, that's like, and I think like, I've never done like a deep nerdo on that, like a huge nerdo. But it makes sense, right? Because how much? Like, there's so much money in real estate, so much. Let's just get a like a quantifiable number for this. So like money moving in and out of that area like has to have some kind of like notable impact, right? Cyclical impact. Total value of global property estimated at 400 trillion. God damn, that's not a joke. That's a lot, because like in terms of like all the money in the world, how much is it? The capital markets plus. So it's like it seems like real estate is like the giga whale game, right? Like extremely high time frame wealth generation. Real estate is the single largest component of global wealth. Interesting. Bum, 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 bum. Kind of worried in the coming years. Unemployment rates in Canada is 7.1 already. Could climb higher very easily if labor market weakens further. Yeah, I mean, he didn't like that was like one of the takeaways, at least for me, from him yapping on FOMC, right? He does not seem particularly bullish on the labor market. And I don't know. I'm not on the job market, so I don't know. I don't know anybody that like is, so I'm not like sure like what's it like actually looking like out there for people to try and get a job right now. And when I say that, I mean like any job, I suppose. Cause like yeah, sure, maybe it's harder to get a job as like a software engineer right now, but like, can you get another job in the meantime, or is that like also fucked? I don't know. I'll be applying in a couple of months. I'll let you know. Hmm. Either way, definitely. Um, People really like. I think the day people really underestimate AI. That's what I'm noticing. From like any time I have encounters with people in real life, like I don't talk to on a regular basis, and I talk to them about this, it's like they're like oblivious to what's going on. Like they don't use it in their day to day life. They don't use it at work. Nothing like that. I'm like, you people are fucked. Like literally fucked. I don't know how else to explain it to you. And I can imagine like that's gonna like one probably already has impacted jobs a lot in terms of hiring, and it's gonna continue to do so even more as it gets better and better. Because like the other thing is like, think about it. Like let's say like there's like this job sector, like there's like like just like a pie chart of like jobs, and I don't know this pie slice is like I don't fucking know, a graphic artist, right? Well, like they're basically gone, right? It's just no longer a job, basically. So all these people are gonna try to like fill into like these other job slices, and that's gonna keep happening over and over. I've been reading AI progress has been plateauing a bit. Hmm, sure, in some sense. But it's pretty interesting actually. Like, they've been looking at So right now they're developing models that learn through vision, right? Like the same way a baby would, because like that is like way faster than learning through text, way faster. So if that like starts to become like, mm, Like, I'm not sure how long the progress of models like that are, but if those start to become like the models that are being used, another massive burst in growth is coming right pretty quick. Amongst other things, right? Amongst other things. Like more energy is being dedicated to that. Hardware is improving. Like there's a lot more companies that are providing like high quality synthetic data on top of like collecting clean real data that's usable. At the end of the day, it's just a matter of time. That's the thing, right? And it's just a matter of time. Do you think AI leading to mass employment is a legitimate concern? Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Of course. Think of the graphic artist thing. Think of any kind of writer. Even like tech jobs are already starting to like, get lost. Like me, for example, like even recently, right? Even recently, okay, like my shoulder's been bothering me. One day I went to the gym and I was trying out like a wider grip bench press, heavy, and my shoulder, I like tweaked my shoulder. So what did I do? Instead of going to see a physiotherapist, I went to ChatGPT and I told this thing, please act as like a world class physiotherapist slash health specialist. Diagnose my shoulder and give me a routine for it to like heal, like exercises to help like improve the strength and heal the area. And it gave me the whole outline. I've been doing that. It's perfectly fine, right? Elon has been pushing FSD for 10 years and just now released the robotaxis in Austin with safety drivers. A dozen or so vehicles. A report came out that there were 3 robotaxi accidents in AI. That's not true at all. It's not true. Where are you reading this from? I'm pretty sure they have more than 10 cars. Either way, like what you're saying is like okay, as of now, like this is previous. This is like 2024 data. What was it? I think like human drivers on average got into an accident every 600,000 miles. Whereas like the FSD at the time was like already way higher, like way lower than that, like an order of magnitude lower in terms of accidents. And it's only gotten better since then. Plus, also like you're also assuming that the accidents are at fault of the robotaxi. Is that the case? Have I seen the AI drive-through orders? No, no. Like what? You go to the machine to speak, and it's like an LLM just taking your order, kind of thing. No, the initial rollout in Austin, the people who were taking the rides document the license plates of all the vehicles, picking them up. It's only about 10 vehicles on day 1. I'm not sure. I tried to look up like a source for this. It doesn't seem there's anything viable online. This last estimate, according to Fox News Austin, says it's 20 vehicles. Wouldn't put a lot of weight in that though. And they're trying to convince us this is earth shattering. Is Tesla vehicle shattering? I'm not sure about that. I've seen a lot of reviews on YouTube. A lot of them thought pretty highly of the experience. And like, sure, let's just make the argument that you're making, like worst case scenario, blah blah blah, accident this, whatever that like, will be resolved and iterated on. So not really a big deal at the end of the day. Already pretty remarkable as is. LM take an order, it is not good. Often real workers to take over. Basically a bad AI implementation can hurt the business more than help it. Yeah, seems odd. Because that ChatGPT voice mode does a pretty good job. And also like on multiple different languages. And also different different dialects of different languages. Like in Spain there's like different dialects depending on the region you're from. And I got my mom to talk to ChatGPT, and then I told it to talk like the specific dialect of Spanish where we're from. It could do that as well. It's pretty interesting. I'm just not a believer that vision-only cameras are capable of FSDs. What do you mean? That's literally what is a human driving? It's a vision camera. What's the difference? True FSD, not this supervised that they're currently doing. Yeah, but the supervising is not. That's not how you think it is. Like it's not like someone's. Oh, okay. Actually, no, you're right. Actually, I'm wrong. You're talking about the person sitting in the car. But I don't think they do anything, right? It's only like what's it called? Like there's some insurance reason that they're doing this, right? There's some like liability reason why they're doing that. But in general, they're not doing anything unless some like weird issue occurs with the car, some like niche issue. Their whole all factors could be a lot of noise or interference. True. Either way, like this is the thing, right? At the end of the day, like we can sit here and just it is inevitable, right? We can sit here and make as many arguments as we want as why this shit's not gonna work right now, blah 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 blah, but like it's only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. Well, the whole idea is magnitude safer than human driver. If you're safer than a human driver, that is what it used. 400K a year. Yeah, but it's not comparable at all. Like you're. First of all, it already is orders of magnitude safer than a human driver. Second of all, okay, let's say okay, I got into a car accident, right, where it was like I got sandwiched between two cars. Okay, I can't look both ways at once, and I can't look at my sides as I'm doing that. Whereas like a Tesla is looking at 360-degree view, point of view at all times, processing all cars at all times. Like you just go online and look at crash videos where it avoids it, right? Because like let's say I'm in a lane and I have to like turn left or right. I have the option to do both to avoid a crash. Like it will pick the optimal one to do. Not only to like avoid an accident, but also like let's say you're in a scenario where either way you turn, you're fucked. Like you're it's an unavoidable accident. It will pick the route that is like least probable to kill you, right? Like that. Like humans are not doing that. So yeah. Amongst other things, right? I think I saw a video pedestrian fell on the road, so Tesla swerved into oncoming traffic. Luckily, no car was coming, so it could have caused an accident. Yeah, of course, of course. Like, first of all, there's gonna be like edge cases, right? Kind of like trading or like a video game. Like you enter the trade, or like the round starts, and then like something happens that you've seen before, and then from there you're like you make some decision, so on and so forth. Like eventually, when you go deep down enough down this tree, there's some like new edge case that's not been experienced. But like the bigger the data set grows, like the less likely these are to occur, or like the more likely it is to be witnessed, I guess is another way to phrase it. On top of just like the logic of traversing like the tree overall improves as well. It's not perfect. No one's saying it's perfect, right? Obviously, it's not perfect. But it's on its way to something close. On top of like already being better than humans, right? Like I don't know about you guys, when I'm driving around, literally, if I'm like at a red light, or even when I'm driving or actually moving, like, everyone's on their phone. Like literally, half the people are on their fucking phone driving around. If people are distracted as fuck while driving, fucking high, drinking, just fucking like ADD, like see something randomly and you're just looking at it and then get into like an accident, etc. On the phone, not paying attention, just being a bad driver, period. Like freaking out, panicking, getting nervous. So it's like are already quantifiably safer than humans on like a per mile basis. Plus, like they're making it. Another thing like about that. Whatever. I'm not gonna get into the whole bull case for like owning Tesla. But as like a parent, I'd probably want my kid driving something like that. Also, people's driving sleepy, right? It's another massive factor. I'm looking forward to it. Kind of sad because I always wanted to get like just like a fleet of supercars, and now we're getting to the point where what's it called? Every car is gonna be like a self-driving electric car. Bittersweet. What did I just delete it? Shout to the juice box long, right? Didn't we take that? You could probably break even already. I'll be itching for that one personally, but. Bum, bum, bum. Dirty Tesla documented the first FSD crash in Austin. It happened the first day he drove it. Only reason the crash wasn't worse because safety driver intervened. Let's go watch this. Either way, it's like irrelevant, right? Like these talking points are just like moot points. Dirty Tesla. Is it on their YouTube channel? I don't see it. Was it this? I rode Tesla's Robotaxi 50 times. Here's what went wrong and right. Also, the stream hasn't died again.
So
Interesting.
I was recently in Austin, Texas, using Tesla's new Robotaxi service. And
Hold on, let me
in
put
my
this on the
3
screen so we
days
can all
in
see this
Austin,
shit. You'll laugh at the crash, but the car just drove into a parked vehicle.
I took over 50 Robotaxi rides and covered over, and then the hazard lights come on the vehicle. And
This?
so he does have a reversibility, so I thought that might pop up. But as we got really close to the car parked on the left, the Robotaxi put itself in park and said, "All right, you're here, get out." And I said, "Okay, well, we're at our destination, so let's hop out and watch this from the outside." So at that point, I'm watching, and a Robotaxi starts to go, and for whatever reason, it turns left towards the parked car, and it kind of slows down, and then it kind of starts to go again, and then the hazard lights come on the vehicle, and I go, "Oh, I think the safety operator stopped it just in time." It didn't touch it. So I'm wondering if he stopped it.
Yeah, that's what I think. They should have been there.
Yeah. The bumper of the Model Y was this close to that other vehicle, but it didn't touch. And I said, hey, you know what? At least the thing didn't touch. Maybe the vehicle stopped itself. But my guess, although I couldn't see for sure, was that the safety passenger pushed some button on the screen.
I mean, either way, like, I thought you were acting like this fucking car, like, totaled the car, just parked randomly. You're talking, give like a love tap.
No, it's Tesla's. And he goes, yeah, I know it's a Tesla, but is it yours? And I explained, no, it's a Robotaxi. Tesla owns it. And he immediately
I thought it was like 80 kilometers per hour. I don't know why I thought that, I guess. I just me being an idiot.
Yeah, it didn't touch, right? It touched? No way.
Oh.
Let me see. Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah, they do.
oh, I didn't think it touched. I was recording a video. It looked like it stopped right at the last second there. I thought, like, I swear it did not touch because keep in mind, I'm looking at the bumper of the Model Y next to that parked
That's
vehicle.
funny.
Well, when you look closer, you could see that the tire of the Model Y did touch the parked vehicle. And at the time, in the moment, because it's dark out, the tire is black, I didn't see it. And I thought, man, well, I didn't see it touch, but, you know, oh well, this is not my vehicle. So I guess that, you know, whatever he's seeing, he sees that the vehicle touched. But looking back in retrospect, it's obvious that the tire of the Tesla Model Y did touch the other vehicle. So that was kind of the worst of what happened. A little bit after that, the Tesla's still sitting there. I don't know what's happening. I'm guessing the safety guys talking back to the remote people who are watching over from California. And eventually, the safety passenger gets out of the Tesla, gets in the driver's seat, and he drives away after the other vehicle had left. Now, I can spin some good news out of this if you want. Both of these scenarios I encountered were very low speed, and I would say they didn't put any humans into danger. But I've said it in the past, as Tesla continues to roll this out, it should get to a point where mistakes are very difficult for any individual like me to find. I shouldn't be able to go on 50 Robotaxi rides over 260 whatever miles and find 1 or 2 mistakes. It should be all of those drives with really nothing happening. Now, I will point out on the other side of that, there were no pedestrians in danger or cyclists or anything like that. So any of the issues that I did see were more just weirdness in the way it was behaving and driving rather than outright being dangerous or something like that. Now, most of the Robotaxis I requested came really quickly to pick me up, usually less than 10 minutes. But being out in Austin this week, waiting around in the hot Texas sun for a Tesla Robotaxi to come pick me up reminded me of something. The sun will age your skin if you don't take care of it. Guys, listen up. Having better skin does not need to be complicated. Today's sponsor, Geology, is changing the game. You just need to pay shipping. On top of that, you get was more behavioral. I requested pickup in a closed parking lot. It was actually where the Tesla Robotaxi dropped me off.
I'm curious why that happened. I'm curious why that seems like a weird issue to have, right? Perhaps it was like nighttime plus some kind of like something shining into the camera. I don't know. Interesting. Like the other thing to remember about this is like how quickly they can iterate, right? Because it's not like it's not like I get into a car accident and I go and I give them my recount of what happened, and somebody else gives the recount and whatever, right? Like they have the exact data of this accident down to a T, all the camera vision, all what inputs are being done, what decisions are being made, and why. So it's like very easy for these to be like hyper analyzed and improved. Dude lives about 2 miles from me. And I never heard of him. How many followers does that guy have? What is his name? Dirty Tesla. 100,000. Shout out to him. That is true though. That I mean, that is pretty like 2 of those in 50 rides, two random things like that. That's pretty high, right? It's pretty high. It's like 4% error rate. In my mind, the car is going slow as humanly possible and couldn't avoid a vehicle next to it. Am I going to trust it going 60? Fair. Although I'm curious. Cause I've seen like another video where this thing fucked up, and it had to do with like being in like some like random like parking garage entry, like a weirdly designed parking garage entry. So I'm curious if like most of the issues that people are experiencing are these like little to no speed things. Cause I mean I haven't seen one where like someone's actually the car's like moving around the road and just like fucking randomly hits another car or something, like with velocity. Robotaxi or not. Maybe I haven't researched it enough. Maybe let's just look it up, I suppose, see if we can find anything. Did Tesla... Oh, I think I was watching the same video, but just a different, like someone else had the same accident, seems like.
This is Tesla cam footage of a Hardware 4 Model 3 using a pretty recent version of westing lane, falling suddenly, completely out of the blue, a sudden veer into the...
Holy shit! Oh my god! What the... Okay, hold on, I gotta share screen for that. That's fucked. If I was in the car and that happened, holy shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, this car went rogue. What the fuck? Look at this. Look at look.
Hardware 4 Model 3 using a pretty recent version of full self-driving on a seemingly very simple straight ahead road
Oh my
with no
God.
obstacles whatsoever, when suddenly, completely out of the blue, a sudden veer into the oncoming lane followed by an absolutely massive crash. So what the heck happened here? The poster of the video...
But first of all, first and foremost, do we know this is the car driving? Is that like a confirmed?
claims that the steering wheel turned
Interesting.
all on its own. He makes it very clear he did not grab it himself, and the car just decided to drive him into the ditch and hit the tree in about a second. He also has a few other posts saying he has no horse in this game, does not own Tesla stock, and is truly devastated that his dream car is totaled. He also requested logs from the incident from Tesla, which they did provide and he posted, but even with all the data, there seems to be a lot of confusion about what actually happened here. So I'm going to do my best to visualize the data in a way that's easier to understand
hand, and we're gonna go through frame by frame to see if we can piece together what happened. But before we get into all the telemetry stuff, I gotta say, I think the reason that this video has been getting a massive amount of attention is because if what this guy says is correct, and Full Self-Driving suddenly veered off the road and smashed into a tree in like 1 second, giving him no time to correct, it would fundamentally change the way that we think of Full Self-Driving. Especially when Tesla advertises it as a system that doesn't get tired, makes you statistically less likely to be involved in an accident while using it, and something you can trust enough to kind of lean back and relax on your daily commutes. So definitely makes sense to me why this video blew up like it did. But what doesn't make sense to me is just how many people blindly accepted this story as an absolute fact without any evidence. I mean, entire articles were written about this crash with headlines like these that make it seem like an absolute fact, which is just shameful. This unfortunately means that the damage has basically already been done. No matter what the crash data reveals or the vehicle logs and telemetry and all that, this is basically going to remain a Full Self-Driving crash in the majority of people's minds. I think we're getting the first taste of some of the articles we're going to see about Robotaxi as well, so buckle up. So although this video isn't going to undo the damage that has already been done, I can at least give you my take on what I think happened using actual data to support my argument instead of stories. The first piece of data, which you might find rather shocking, is that according to the vehicle logs and the way that Tesla defines what a crash is, this was indeed a Full Self-Driving crash. And that is because any crash that happens within 5 seconds of an autopilot or FSD disengagement is classified as an FSD or autopilot related incident. And we can clearly see on page 1 of the report that it was indeed active 5 seconds before the collision, meaning this incident should be included as an FSD related incident in future safety reports. The autopilot state going unavailable leading up to the collision is a bit confusing. You can see it here too, and many people used it as what they thought was proof that FSD was responsible, but actually anytime the user disengages by manually overriding the steering, it immediately goes into unavailable state, which is something that people like Green the Only confirmed, and it's also something that you can try yourself by simply engaging autopilot or FSD, manually overriding the steering wheel, and then immediately trying to turn it back on. The error message you will get is that it's in an unavailable state. Now there is a lot of data in this report that's not super relevant. Like you can see the accelerator pedal and brake pedal was pressed at the same time slightly after the collision, and the speed was about 45 miles an hour when the incident took place, but what we really want to focus on to figure out what happened is the steering wheel angle, the torque being applied to the steering wheel, and the autopilot state. This should show us whether Full Self-Driving actually applied the leftward force on the steering wheel. Now these graphs are a little bit confusing. You can see positive indicates clockwise steering input, so as the graph dips lower, it's actually turning to the left. So in order to correct for this, what we're going to do is flip the graph around and then rotate it 90 degrees, and that way left will mean left and right will mean right. This should make it a lot easier for us mere mortals to understand. Quick disclaimer before we begin. The data provided by Tesla does include timestamps, so I am certain that I have all that part correct, but aligning it to the video is not super easy. I do have a lot of experience overlaying vehicle data onto footage though, and I'm fairly certain that I have the accuracy down to about 1 frame. As you can see, the steering wheel torque coincides perfectly with the impact and also the very small movements after the vehicle had turned over and was rolling back and forth. And with all that said, let's get into what I think the data shows. We're going to be watching this at 1/10 speed and also pausing when I think there's something worth mentioning. The yellow line that you're seeing right now indicates the current telemetry of the vehicle, so anything behind it is the past. Starting out, there's really nothing odd about any of these graphs. You can see Full Self-Driving is on, the steering wheel position is straight, and the steering wheel torque is minimal. Then suddenly, before the oncoming vehicle passes, you can see leftward torque being applied to the steering wheel. Now, if it was Full Self-Driving applying this torque, you'd expect the steering wheel position to also be turning left, but it does not and remains completely straight. Further proof of this is in the next couple of frames, where we can see the steering wheel torque heading in the opposite direction, almost as if Full Self-Driving is fighting against the torque being applied to the steering wheel. Keep in mind, Full Self-Driving is still active at this point. These next few frames are the most critical ones. You can see a massive spike of leftward steering wheel torque, followed by the first indication that the steering wheel is starting to turn left, and Full Self-Driving disengaging all at the same time. I think it's important to point out that up until this exact point in yellow, the steering wheel had remained completely straight. And now, with Full Self-Driving completely disabled, we can continue to see leftward steering wheel torque being applied and the steering wheel position continue to move to the left. And the rest of this clip doesn't really need commentary because you know exactly what happens. So now, for the million-dollar question, what was applying leftward steering wheel torque? I don't think we're ever going to know. But I do think it's pretty clear from the data that it wasn't Full Self-Driving like he said it was. And I want to be super clear. I'm not calling this person a liar. I think that he believes everything that he is saying, or else why would he go out and release the crash report that implicates him? In fact, he is still online in the threads of the crash report insisting that it proves that the car turned and crashed itself into the tree.
The thing about this is, like, it's just irrelevant, right? It's just, at the end of the day, 2, 3, 4 years from now, stuff like this is just noise, right? Who cares? Let's just make the argument that, yeah, fuck it, this thing fucks up once in a while and someone dies because of it. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, it doesn't happen. But in terms of, like, the greater driving good, it's like a 1 life to save mini, while already drastically reducing the amount of deaths there are. Yeah, pretty scary though, right? Pretty fucking scary. Let's just assume that the car did just go rogue on this guy. He did absolutely nothing. That freaky. I mean, even if it was him, still scary, but. This is what I was talking about, right? A little sus. A little sus. Also, why you put your stop loss break even immediately. You don't get rolled. Ran through. Um. That's freaky. That's freaky. I was not expecting that when I opened the video. Also, another thing to account for some of these things is that what's it called? Like the car may be driving by itself on FSD, and it gets into an accident not because of the FSD, right? Like something malfunctions in the car itself. Like an axle breaks or something of that nature. At that point, like FSD or not, an alarming situation. I'm curious, so let's see if we can find some like recent data on this stuff. Where'd my tab go? Where is it? Reported FCC will be looking into the view. What is the view? The fuck is, what the hell is that? Okay, so as of Q2 2025, FSD has one crash every 6.69 million miles. Tesla cars without FSD have one crash every 0.963 million miles. And the US average is one crash every 0.702 million miles. So it's 10 times less crashes than the average human driver. This is based off Tesla's own stats. I mean, sure, but like, you didn't think just fucking doctoring everything, just making up fake shit for the lulz? yeah, I guess it's possible. Like they play with the data a bit, but like, okay, so it's 9 times instead of 10 times better, or like 8. It's still like a huge difference, right? Even if it was 5 times better, even 2 times, right? You got literally all of that, just already way better than a human. Already this guy documented FSD cannonball run where he tries to travel across country in FSD. Literally first rest station where he stopped the car, tried to go the wrong way on off ramp, got intervene. I mean, sure, but like you're falling into like a bias right now, right? Because like think about it. Are people just taking videos of them doing a random car drive with FSD on and nothing happens and posting on YouTube for people to watch? No one's gonna give a fuck. The only video that's getting posted is when something goes wrong. But for every like one of those videos, there's like fucking 50,000, 100,000, nothing's happening. Probably more. They took Kimmel out. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I mean, that guy. Like, here's the thing about that guy. Like, first and foremost, like if you were to plot all like the late night TV shows, like viewership, like they're all like seeing massive declines, right? But his was like way more declining. The other ones are like here, like here. His is like fucking down here. So I'm sure that they're already looking for any excuse to get rid of this clown, even before all this shit happened. Second of all, that guy should be off the fucking TV. He's an idiot, right? Like from what I've seen, like I don't watch it, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting got by the news and whatnot. But over the years, right, I've constantly seen clips of that guy like it's on Instagram, right? It's like what's it called, like Six Buzz. It's like a massive Twitter page we have in Toronto that's like I guess gone viral like to North America in general. But that guy was always just like he has like Trump derangement syndrome, right? That's what it is. That guy. And not only that, but he's like one of those people that fucking have the ridiculous rhetoric that go with it, right? It's one thing to not like, okay, if you want to have Trump derangement syndrome and whatnot, okay, like sure, I guess, right? But if you're fucking making it seem like there's some kind of like Nazi uprising of like fascists in the U.S., like okay, like there's something wrong with you. And The View, I don't know, I've never seen it. I don't know. I imagine it's probably the same as like a lot of this left media is. Because the thing about that Kimmel guy that I don't know is like did he say this before or after all the stuff came out about like the shooter being like having like a trans partner and blah blah blah, right? Like basically the confirmation that he was some like extreme leftist. Cause if he said that shit after, then yeah, that guy's a fucking idiot, right? Get them the fuck out of here, and good riddance. But if he said it before, it seems egregious to me to fucking give him shit about it. Even although it's probably a bit inappropriate to be bringing that up. What am I talking about? Jimmy Kimmel, I think his name is. It's not really a bias though. This was the first attempt of FSD cannonball run. What is it? First of all, what is an FSD cannonball run? Is that what they call driving from the coast to the coast? I guess seems like. Dude, like, I mean, to that whole Kimmel thing or whatever, like, all those people need to be, like, fucking off TV, right? And not just left, like, on the right, too. Like, anyone that's, like, people are being brainwashed, right? And in a bad way. It's one thing to be, like, influenced. How do we phrase this? Okay, like you can be influenced to think certain things, but those things don't always lead to like hatred slash physical violence. But this specific rhetoric that they're doing is, right? And it's fucking alarming. If you look at the data, like I don't know if you guys have been seeing these data sets going around where they like poll liberals, like if they think that like using political violence is justified. And it's like fucking 50+% vote yes. Literally, like what the fuck? It's fucking absurd. I think 58% of the people polled voted yes. If it would be justified to use political violence to kill Elon, and they put like 58% or something, like some like egregious number. And I see on dating apps, right? Because like on the weekend, I made a Hinge account and I was like swiping on Hinge and Tinder, and there are a lot of people that have in their bios that's like, like if you're not a liberal or like left leaning, don't even talk to me. I don't even want to speak to you. I don't really care about your existence, kind of thing. Like, they don't even want to entertain a conversation. It's fucking crazy. People are like literally brainwashed. FSD Cannonball, first I drive from New York to LA using FSD. Okay. I did not find a credible source confirming there was a crash or serious incident in the very first FSD Cannonball run attempt. Interesting. Either way, at the end of the day, that doesn't matter, right? You can sit here and just list me as many stories as you want. It's not gonna change like the end the result of what's happening here. Yeah, as is current state to the already better than human driver, and that's only gonna get better and better and better and better. Sure, is there gonna be random things people can point to that they're wrong? Yeah, but no, I'm also curious what's like what's it called? Okay, from what I've seen, it seems like most people that are like in this kind of like brainwashed state are like younger. So I'm curious like what life is like on a university campus right now, or like at like high school, like what people are like kind of thinking there in general. Because another thing I'll say about this, which is incredibly alarming to me, because I personally dated one of these people, which is one of the reasons why we broke up. The teachers, most of the teachers are the same fucking way, right? So like That's who's teaching your fucking kids. Now, I haven't gone through the curriculum myself because I don't have a kid, so I don't know. But I wouldn't be fucking surprised at all if there's a bunch of fucking nonsense in that shit too. They aren't thinking there? What do you mean? Would I ever consider homeschooling? Like, yeah, definitely. Like, I was just thinking if it would be me personally teaching them. I don't know about that. I would probably get pissed off. Like, fucking idiot. Answer's 4. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, but like, I don't know. I just, because it's like it's a big time commitment, right? So probably would be like either like a wife or like someone to hire. But yeah, definitely consider it for sure, for sure. Actually, I don't know. Hard to say. Because I guess like if you have a homeschooled kid, like how do they get any kind of like social interaction going? I guess you have to enroll them in a bunch of activities as well. Like I don't want to like deprive my kid of their youth kind of thing. But yeah, and it wasn't just her. Like I've had so many bad experiences with teachers specifically that if I'm on a dating app and I see someone's a teacher, I literally just fucking swipe left. I don't care how fucking hot they are, how good their like bio is, whatever. I'm not interested. Because I've so many fucking times I'm just like in disgust leaving those dates. Would you ever or club, volunteering, sports, anything really? Or the parking friends and neighbors. True. 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 We'll see. Down the road. Open to anything. Whatever seems best at the time. That's what I'll do. Teacher union must suck the will to live. Oh, some of these teachers. Why do you say that? I don't know. Maybe I have like a wrong view of it. You know, now that I think give it some more thought. Maybe their personalities like are better suited for kids. More than I'm thinking about it. So how's it? Did we reclaim the Valeria low or what? Oh, we did. Interesting. Okay. How's this doing? I don't know how it's in Canada. No, I don't know either. I'll look it up while you write that. I guess I don't know. I don't know. Like, what's the issue with the union? I don't understand. Isn't like a union like to their benefit? Why would it suck the will out of them? The will to live? Aren't the college staff here on strike because they capped international students or something? I hope not. It seems pretty fucking ridiculous. Like, how many do you fucking need? There's already like a fucking abundance of them. I can't tell if I'm getting got by the internet, right? Am I just getting, am I falling for misinformation, or like, are the youth really the way they are? Because today I saw a video earlier today when I was eating lunch, and it was some guy asking people if they think that there should be like unlimited. What was he asking them? Like, essentially, if Canada should just be taking on unlimited amount of immigrants, because as many as apply, just let them all in. And all these like 18, 20-year-olds are all saying yeah, just let them all in. Like, I'm like, what? Are you people fucking like, you really don't know how the world works? You guys don't know what's going on. That's the fucking problem. These people can all vote. It's a bunch of dumbasses. It's like 18-year-olds trying to lecture fucking fully grown intellectual adults on politics and whatnot. At some point we should have a discussion about NASCAR, like the cars. I don't think anybody watches that here, or at least that I know. Maybe Harris and those people, I don't know. But I don't think NASCAR is particular, at least like in the region, maybe like in like the, towards like the middle of Canada, maybe that region's a bit more, I could see maybe they're a bit more into it. NASCAR. Housing prices are going down in Brampton since no one wants to move there because of demographics. I moved there from like 6 months ago. I gained like 10 years on my lifespan. Why do you say that? It is pretty crazy though. It's pretty crazy to see. Cause I don't live like that far from Brampton, like in Mississauga, like my family. And that's where I grew up, right? So like I remember growing up and it was like there was everything, right? It was like Greek people, like Italians, like the Indians, like Chinese people, like whatever, right? The black, like the whole spectrum. Relatively evenly distributed. Maybe like a bit more like Europe leaning, like French people, Spanish, Portuguese, like the whole mix, right? But now, holy shit, it's literally like 95% brown people. And I'm not saying like anything like, I don't have anything against them, but it's just like a very noticeable difference from how it used to be. Like I haven't experienced any like crazy like stories you hear of like Brampton the memes, right? Like the Brampton driver, or like burglaries or anything of that nature. So if you aren't a liberal when you are young, you don't have a heart. If you're not conservative when you're older, you don't have a brain. You say it's a joke, but isn't that like generally true? Isn't that like how the data plays out? Like most conservative people are older, most liberal are younger. The thing is that I think the internet has a kind of fucked with the natural order of things in that regard, right? Because like it's become 50 years ago, what you're saying is like whatever. It's like sure, right? You're younger, you're liberal, older, you're conservative. But like Reddit and whatnot have like created echo chambers where these people are, they just stick to their own group, right? It's like the liberal Reddit, and that's it. And if you don't have an opinion, like you get out of here, we're banning you. So like these people are not exposed to any kind of like, any opinion other than their own, basically, right? The craziest thing that thought, which made me think, like, how many unhinged people are there like this out there? I saw somebody posting on Twitter, some like older lady. And it was just like some like shit take, right? Where everyone was just fucking roasting her in the comments. It was so stupid. And she was literally responding saying that like, oh, my comments are being spammed by like Russian bots. Like none of these people are actually real. She just ignored their points that were like perfectly logical responses indicating how she's wrong, and all she would say was like, oh, these are Russian bots. And what? Literally fucking just unhinged. You went to Ridgeway Plaza at night. People set up chairs and eat food in the parking lot. No. What's wrong with that though? Like people used to do that when I was a kid. Like they would go to like a Tim Hortons parking lot, like with a bunch of friends, and you're just kind of chilling there, right? You just got a coffee or something, just chill in the parking lot. A bunch of people. I mean, maybe it's like a lot more chaotic than that. I don't know. Let's see if we can find a picture of this. Ridgeway Plaza. Oh, it's near the Air Mills Town Center. I'm also assuming that everything in the plaza is like closed at night, and the parking lot would have been empty otherwise. Like they're not just doing this in the middle of the day, are they? Because like that would be like a bit different story. Like what the fuck you guys doing? It's packed that night. It's like a plaza for food shops. Yeah, I'm like going look at Google Maps right now, like doing like a walkthrough. Things I never really come to this like part of Mississauga, like Erin Mills kind of thing. Lines going outside. That's pretty good. It's pretty sick then. A booming area for food businesses. I kind of like that personally. Like something to do at night in your city to kind of just go, a bunch of people are just hanging out eating food and whatnot. Assuming there's not some like hoodlum action going on here, right? Like just like fucking fightings or like stabbing, shooting, shit like that. Then different fucking story. But if we're talking about people just hanging out here in mass eating and whatnot, it's pretty cool to me. Yeah, there's like, I mean, I don't know how new this Google Drive like through is, but there's like a bunch of like Schwarba stuff and whatnot. There is though, maybe not shooting, but sus activity. Hmm. Yeah, probably I can imagine. Especially if there's like a bunch of like younger people there. I imagine some people are probably like selling drugs. Gotta get lit in the parking lot, right? Yeah, in that case though, I don't like that as much. On the flip side, like let's say like they have like a police officer come out and hang out here, like send the one officer over to like the area every like whenever this is happening, and like making sure there's no stupid shit like that going on. Cause I really don't like when that happens, right? It's like like how do we describe this? It's one thing to have a fucking shootout in your little fucking shithole where you live with all the other retards, right? It's still egregious, but whatever, right? Keep it in your fucking area. It's another thing to go to like Yorkdale and have a fucking shootout in the mall, right? And that kind of stuff really pisses me off. It's like terrorizing the public, right? Like people don't even want to go out to like Carabana and whatnot now, right? So you have to have the thought in your head like, am I gonna get fucking shot going to this shit? Which is terrible, right? Terrible. Who the fuck wants to live anywhere where that's like a fucking realistic thought in your mind? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I saw that. Yeah, super sad. I think the mom was in bed with the kid too when it happened, or something to that nature. But there's all kinds of stories like that going on, right? And that's like a whole other political thing. This is the problem with like these like younger people, is that they don't give things enough thought, right? Like they like the intentions are good, but they think that everybody's like them, right? They think that everybody's like some like good-hearted person, wants everyone to have like the best life. That is not the fucking case. Like they're people are fucking savages, literally fucking savages, and they do not give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about you at all. So like these people like are like advocates for fucking like these like catch and release programs and like youth criminal programs and be lenient on the youth and whatnot. Then what do people do? They go fucking recruit the youth to do the crime for them because they know they're not gonna get in shit. But they don't consider that, right? They don't give that thought that people are gonna manipulate the situation, right? It's like the fucking bite the hand that feeds you kind of thing. Yeah, it's always 16. Whenever I'm at the gym here, like they have TVs in the gym, right? And they're always playing like what's the news that we have, like CP24 or whatever, like in Toronto. They always have that playing, whatever this channel is. And it's there's shootings every fucking day, and it's always like a youth. It's always some fucking underage person because they're the most impressionable. The people like manipulate that. It's like, fuck it. Like let's say I want to start selling drugs right now, and I want to have a squad of shooters, right? I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna be the one shooting people. I'm gonna go find some fucking little kid to influence and make them do it. And then not only, and that's just like one factor. The other thing is that people come here on purpose to commit crime because they know they can get away with it. Like if I'm a fucking car thief and I know that, let's say I want to steal cars and I live in like I don't know fucking the UK or something, and I see that in Canada that these people are just fucking stealing cars, nothing's going on. I'm gonna come here and steal a car then. Fuck it, right? I'm gonna move business over here. Obviously, it's like a bit more of a niche situation because we're not talking about like an actual Canadian citizen, but you get what I'm saying. I grew up east of Toronto, Oshawa. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. And it seems doomed too, right? Like how do you even like resolve this shit? I don't even know. I don't even know. I'm curious about. Let's just look at the crime rates in some of these places. There's a crime map for people to look at from time to time. Cause like I don't know. Like, is it just me, or can people sit here and talk about like rehabilitation data and whatnot and blah 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 and harsh punishment doesn't work? But like, I'm sitting here looking at like fucking China and Dubai and shit, and the motherfuckers are harsh as fuck. I don't see no rampant crime going on there. So I don't know about that lenient shit personally. Like the way I see it, like no one can sit here and convince me that like let's say you got caught for theft and they literally chop one of your fucking hands off on top of going to jail. And everyone fucking knows this. Like this is like a known thing. Like you steal something, you're getting your fucking hand chopped off boy quick. Are you gonna tell me that the same amount of people are committing theft in situation A where that doesn't occur, in situation B where it does? I don't think so. I have a hard time believing that. Etc. Right? Dubai and Saudi have little to no crime. Yeah, but there's other factors we have to consider as well, right? Because I don't think those places just fucking let anybody into their country, as it should be, right? In some parts. Mm. I think if I close my hedge, if I close the hedge before it starts to go, just juice on the profit. We'll wait a bit. When's the next 30-minute candle? It's 8 minutes. An Albanian AI minister addressed parliament. Her message was, "We're not here to replace human beings, but to help them." Are they though? Are they? Or is it just saying that? Is it playing the long con on the human race? It's a pretty interesting book actually if you read, what's it called? Life 3.0. It kind of goes into like how like the next iteration of life is like AI and how humans are essentially slated to go extinct. Like we are just like we began as like whatever, like the tadpole, and then we like went to like the shark, and then eventually the monkey, and then next is like the AI, right? We're just like kind of some like sub trash compared to them. My head short, yeah. Because if we just have to go here, this would be the time to like close it and take the profit. But I do need to go to bed soon, so maybe not the best idea. Especially given we might just start to roll over at the VWAP on all these things. First chance they get, we were so done. Probably should be though, right? Like, I mean, look at the things that we just sat here ranting for the past like 2 hours. Is that an issue with AI? Probably not. Probably deserve to be replaced if anything. Plus, we're like killing the planet, etc. We can talk about it forever, but nothing will change. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Because if you look at the data, it does seem like the young, like not the current like 18, like the 20-year-olds, but the people that are like 13 to 16 type thing, are going the other way. It's like a trading. I swear, like this whole like idea of like a pendulum is like in trading. It's like it's in real life too, right? Like it's like the masses go from like being like left leaning to like right leaning. But the problem is that this like period in time can be like quite a prolonged period, but it always ends up doing this over a long enough time span. Which would probably indicate that there's like a periods of time where there's like more logical, the masses are more logical. Hard to speculate on though, right? Because like at the end of the day, this isn't like a okay, yes, there have been like repeating trends historically that happen, right? If you like analyze like past civilizations. But they're also never the same, right? We've also never had like widespread media propaganda, like so on and so forth. So it's hard to like really think like how that's gonna impact things like long term. I have faith though. I have faith though. So the way I look at it is like this: like let's say there's two people arguing. Right, just sitting there yapping at each other, pissed off. And then there's like 50 fucking onlookers just witnessing this argument. And like these people are like evenly distributed, right? There's like people of like all different kind of mentalities in here. And they're watching these people argue. The ones that were like originally aligned with one, when they listen to the argument and they see that this person is like undeniably proving this one wrong, they witness this, right? And it changes like their perception. And this like process is like repeatedly happening. So as long as like this keeps occurring and people keep witnessing it, I hope over time like logic and reason prevails. I would hope. If not, then yeah, we're fucking cooked. You better be buying land with like a bunker and whatnot. Like I have like a fucking zombie compound ready. That assumes people are logical. Well, not everybody is, but that's why the argument occurs, right? Then sure, not everybody's logical, but like some logic occurs here between these two people. And the other thing is like the more people that witness this, the more that then begin to make the same arguments, right? So at first it was like one person arguing with another, and then it's like two people providing like an irrefutable argument versus this one. You need to be logical to understand point arguments too. Yeah, but you can get there, right? You can get there. It's like it's not like these people are like fucking stupid. Like if I am okay, do people exist that like when faced with all the amount of evidence possible proving them wrong, like undoubtedly there's no wiggle room, no nothing. It's just like you are wrong. That's it. End the discussion, and they just don't accept that. Yeah, there are people like that, right? But that's not like most people. A lot of times people are like unreasonable at first, but when you like talk about it enough, they like come to realize, okay, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be thinking about this certain way, or maybe they have a point that I didn't consider, so on and so forth. But the problem is that we're getting got, right? That we have to remember that we are like this thing that we're thinking of like two extreme oppositions that can't reason with each other. Like that's what it is. It's two extremes, and we're getting got like focusing on this a lot. In reality, most of the people are in here. But these outliers are like the fucking vocal majority, like the vocal majority, right? And not only that, but then the news makes it even worse because they're only focusing on these people. So it's like the loudest idiots on both ends of the spectrum, and then that's all the news is attention to. So everyone is out here thinking that like everyone is fucking diametrically opposed, the enemies to the death. Because like for instance, right, like the people that I was talking to about these dating apps that have that shit in their bio of like, oh, if you're a conservative, if you're a liberal, like don't even match me. That was a minority, right? Like it wasn't like every fucking profile was like that. Like yeah, it was there's people that were like on the app, but it's not everybody. Also, another thing about this, like, I mean, I don't know. I know there are similar issues, like in Europe, for example, of this kind of shit happening. This like, divide is being formed between people. But I don't know about like Asia. Like, we'd have to like wait for like what's his face to come in the chat. Like, the people that are out in that region, right? Like in the east, China, like Russia, Singapore, India, Africa, etc. So I don't know if these kind of like issues are so exacerbated over there. It's crazy though. It's crazy. Like when that guy got shot, what's his name, the Kirk or whatever. Like I had never like okay like I don't usually use social media, but I have Instagram right with like people from high school, university, and whatnot. And like I usually look at stories right if I'm bored like in the bathroom or something. I'll just kind of glance through stories. And like when the COVID vaccine stuff was happening and the trucker convoy, like yeah, people were kind of like arguing a bit and whatnot. But man, this shooting, I never seen the people that I've known for like my whole life acting that way. Motherfuckers were losing their mind, arguing about this. Like I'm pretty sure some girl I know got fired from her job because she went on some fucking mega rant on her story about that, of how they deserve to get shot. Getting fired is crazy. It's really not though. It's really not. It's really not. Like think about what you're like saying that kind of shit. Like people, there's repercussions, right? You can't just go around saying fucking crazy fucking shit that's not true, and especially heinous, violent shit. And there's just no accountability for that. Because like let's just have like a thought experiment, right? Let's just think about this for a second. Let's just suppose that this guy that they're talking about, mm, let's just say everything that they say about this person is true. Fucking Nazi, racist, Islamophobe, like fucking saying heinous shit to people that aren't of his race in real life. Blah 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 blah. Right? Just the fucking the bingo card, which is every fucking ad hominem possible, just ding 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 going off. That's still not a reason to kill this person, right? You can use your fucking words to discredit what they're doing and then point out as to why that's the case. So like by you saying that it's okay for this to be done, then just what you're saying is that anyone that I don't agree with deserves to die, and I have no problem with that. So like think about how fucking uncomfortable that must make somebody in your fucking workplace that doesn't have the same political point of view as you. You should be fucking fired. As I do have to admit, it is a little funny to me, right? Like the irony of cancel culture being flipped on these people. If they taste their own medicine. There's some irony in that. Because they had no problem doing it the other way, right? They had no problem. They had no problem with that. Same story with the Jimmy Kimmel being cancelled. Thing is, I don't even know if it was cancelled. I thought it was just like an indefinite suspension. To kind of leaving the door open for him to come back. I think education is a big thing, right? You come to realize a lot of, at least I've realized it. It seems like a lot of like the wealthy, intelligent people like are really harp on like good education, like improving the education system. And I do think that like would be a big deal, right? Because a lot of things that people have gripes with, it comes from like a place of miseducation. It's not like they have like bad intentions. They're not properly informed on the topic. It's like people that go on these like eat the billionaires, right? They eat the billionaires rants. Like people, those kind of people, like they're just not informed on what's really going on. They think that these people just have like hordes of money and just fucking blow it all on dumb shit like fucking 100 billion, like 20 yachts, million private jets, like blah blah blah. And really, it's not the case, right? Like, sure, do they have some expensive expenditures? Given how much wealth they have, yeah. But most of the money is like being used for productive things. The same person that like cries about like capitalism is like using ChatGPT for free on their phone, like every fucking day, like improve their life, and then they're sitting here crying about capitalism. As if that's not exactly what caused them to have that. Or like Jeff Bezos, like a lot of his net worth is in Amazon shares, right? For the purpose of being able to have like a say in the company. If he sells it, he loses his seat at the company. He's no longer like the head in charge. And not only that, but if we were to sell off all his shares, the fucking stock would nuke, and then everyone that owns it would get fucked. Etc. Etc. Right? Anyways, we can talk about this shit all day, right? But I think we're gonna call it here. It's already 1. Laptop dying. Probably a good time to get out of here. Already did the juice box. When did we do that? I guess we should probably go back and find the timestamp. When was it? Oh. This is what? $11:10 or so. Yeah. Okay, cool. Hey, if anyone's coming to find a juice box, that thing was at like 11:10 on the system clock, so basically 2 hours ago. Let's do a quick chat shout out here, and then we'll resume this the next time, right? Because we can yap about this stuff for days. So shout out to Harris, shout out to NASCAR. I think that was it, right? I think that was it. A lengthy yap between us three, though. Anyway, so we'll be back tomorrow to see how this stuff turns out. Yeah. Well, I'm out here. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm like, not hungover, but like asleep. That wine has me sleeping right now. So I'll see you guys soon. I'm out here. Later. Later. Later.